You ready? Good evening, everybody. Today is March the 26th, 2020. I just wanted to begin with something that is on our webpage, which describes the fact that because of COVID-19, we've changed our whole processes in terms of meeting. You know, the Monroe County Department of Health has told us that because of Department of Health's decision, all RCSD meetings will be closed for public attendance until further notice. So that's why we're meeting in cyberspace. I just want to let you all know, the board wants you all to know that in an effort to enhance transparency and open communications, all board meetings like this. Hey, I'm getting a bit of feedback. Tom?
It's Anissa. Anissa, you got to put your phone on mute. I don't know if you're on, but it doesn't show you. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. In an effort to enhance transparency and open communications, all board meetings are available, as this meeting is, through Facebook, YouTube, and the district's website, which of course is www.rcsdk12.org. Public comment is still welcome. It's not what it used to be, ladies and gentlemen, but it's still available. And what you would do is you would submit your comments via email, and the address is boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org. Those comments similarly have to be submitted by noon of the day of the meeting, and they should include your name, your affiliation, whether you're a student, parent, or community or staff member, your telephone number, and the specific topic you are addressing. So all things stay the same, except unfortunately, we're not going to be able to be in the same room with you. But again, all this has become necessary because of COVID-19. Now, the new normal in this environment is you have to do things virtually. And, you know, part of our agenda, it's part of our bylaws, is we require that we do the Pledge of Allegiance. So I had to sort of figure this thing out. How would we do that? And so I have to my left, I guess maybe to your right, a flag, an American flag, which is in my office. So if you will indulge me, and anybody who's inclined to do so, I'm just going to stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance as is required by our bylaws. I'll do it today. Maybe the next meeting somebody else can do it. I pledge allegiance to the United States.
To the flag of the United States
of America.
And to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I know this was unusual, but again, this is where we will be meeting, and we've got to figure out how we can continue to do what we've always done, and that is an important part of our meeting structure. At this particular time, you know, we always set aside some time for act of reverence. And usually during this act of reverence, we turn our attention to some tragedy or loss being experienced by an individual, and sometimes tragedies that are experienced by small and large communities throughout this country. However, today, this pandemic we've never experienced before. As I indicated the other day, it's about 510,000 cases of COVID-19 globally, 22,900 deaths across the globe, 78,300 cases across the United States, 1,135 deaths just in the United States. Our state, New York State, has become the epicenter with 37,258 cases. The death toll in New York State has just surpassed 380 deaths. Beyond the devastating health-related headlines of COVID-19, its financial impact has left many citizens, many of our families and our friends, in desperate need of prayer and positive thought. Last week alone, 3.2 million people filed for unemployment. That's a record in the United States history books. As we contemplate and as we focus and pray for those who struggle, let us not forget those who are charged with providing aid and support during this unprecedented crisis. They too are in need of our prayers and our positive thoughts. So we, the Board of Education, the Superintendent Dade, and the entire RCSD family send positive thoughts and offer a word of thanks to our first responders, those heroes employed as 911 operators, paramedics, fire, and police officers. Please join the Board of Education as we take this time to say thank you to all city, state, and federal employees who are deemed to be essential employees. Thank you for holding fast at your jobs, making all those things that we take for granted happen on a day-to-day basis. We also want to thank the volunteers and staff at food banks, healthcare workers working in hospitals, nursing homes, assisted living environments. We give a moment of reverence and thanks to those folks who work at settlement houses and volunteers and staffers working in homeless shelters. We should never forget to thank our maintenance staff. Let me give a shout out to those in the RCSD custodial staff who have sanitized our buildings while we are all away. I feel safe in communicating on behalf of the entire citizenry of this community, thanking those employees at grocery stores, superstores, bodegas, mom and pop stores, gas stations for doing their very best to keep your shelves full and our gas tanks filled. Thank you to the cooks and employees at drive-through restaurants and food delivery services. The board thanks to the National Guard, CDC, FEMA, and other state and local emergency relief organizations who are providing guidance and logistical support to cities and towns, small and large, across our great country. And finally, thank you to the madras, padres, big mas and grandpas, aunties and uncles, big brothers and big sisters, and all those family members who are holding things down at home during these very challenging times. And while this act of reverence could rightly take up our entire meeting time today, giving our thanks to all those folks that I just listed, the Board of Education and the Superintendent feel that we can best pay respect and reverence to all those folks that I just mentioned by doing our part, by taking care of business tonight and making the kinds of decisions that we can stand by and be proud of tomorrow. And so with that, the first item on the agenda is to review the minutes from our last meeting, and there are none, as I understand. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
All right. Next item on the agenda is speakers list. Now, how we're going to handle this, ladies and gentlemen, because people can't be in the same room with us, we're going to have our clerk read those comments that have been submitted to that email address that I referred to earlier on. Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much. Our first submission is from Jessica and Russell Norquist. They are parents and their topic is the future of the RCSD. As parents in this district, I am concerned for the future. The current budget shortfall has placed a strained system under crippling pressure. If cuts are made, we hope that students' social and emotional well-being is held as a priority. One can only endure so much trauma, and given our current situation, that is amplified. When we all come back together, students will need a greater level of social and emotional support. I implore you to keep those fully funded, and in greater level happen. Schools will fall apart, students will fall apart, adults will fall apart, families will fall apart, attendance will drop, suspensions will increase, mental health arrests will increase. Our community will be destroyed. Our second public comment is from Sarah Oliveri. She is a parent and her topic is proposals for the budget. There are no rules, no guidelines, no handbooks to let you know how this pandemic will affect our children, families, city, school district, and world. I can assure you for the research that does exist around trauma, healing is how we become whole again. We don't approach trauma with more ELA or math. We approach it through social emotional learning. As parents, we want our children's safety and emotional needs to be met before we can make a significant impact on our children's learning. Bell Hooks said, "There are times when personal experience keeps us from reaching the mountaintop, And so we let it go because the weight of it is too heavy. And sometimes the mountaintop is difficult to reach with all our resources, factual and confessional. So we are just there, collectively grasping, feeling the limitations of knowledge, longing together, yearning for a way to reach the highest point. Even this yearning is a way to know. So when we're all yearning next year in our schools and homes because our resources have been cut, our jobs have been cut, our loved ones are gone, will you give us the humans who will put us back together? Will you tend to our children's heart minds first? Will you allow them to learn the emotional vocabulary to grow, heal, and learn? Or will you throw textbooks and instructions into our district, our tired and overextended educators? Will you ignore practices and people who are the healing our ancestors have been reminding us that we so desperately need for our children? How will you live your truth? Our next comment is from Catherine Smith, who is a community member, and her topic is community engagement. Moving forward, to engage the community and ensure timely communication and transparency, RCSD needs to adopt a policy to continue to hold all public meetings in live format. Our next comment comes from Kevin Baldwin, a community member, and his topic is on the proposed budget. I am looking forward to hearing the proposed budget tonight. I had a great professor who once stated that our budget is our values put on paper. I hope that the budget that is proposed tonight will be an embodiment of the values we must have to serve our families and address the inevitable trauma that we will all face when we are finally out of this pandemic crisis. Please consider this impact that this will have on our students and social emotional needs. The next comment is from Kristen French. She is a staff member and her topic is on 2020-21 budget considerations. This budget is predicted to further deprive our students of enriching and supplemental experiences for learning, as well as deny them of fundamental resources and rights. This board needs to undoubtedly reconsider all expenditures, but there are non-negotiable areas. 1, any position related to social emotional learning, including social work and school counseling services, restorative practices, and the collaboration with community partnerships. 2, any positions related to students with disabilities to continue to expand the continuum of services to be compliant to legal obligations related to students with disabilities, to implement the special education strategic action plan, and to honor the 3-year consent decree with the Empire Justice Center to bring special education services into compliance. 3, any position related to the strategic plan for English language learner achievement and alignment. If this board can justify spending $1.5 million on security resource officers, then it can surely rationalize investing in our most vulnerable learners. Our final comment comes from Angelica Matias. She is a staff member and her topic is Rock Restorative. My name is Angelica Matias and I have been an educator in the RCSD for 14 years now. I'm currently experiencing my first year as a member of the Rock Restorative team in our district. During my limited time on this team, I have witnessed the incredibly impactful work of many colleagues, including teachers, administrators, social workers, TAs, etc. across the district as they move forward the work of restorative practices in our district. I have seen and heard for their needs and the needs of others. My positions prior to being on the Rock Restorative team included elementary classroom teacher and math intervention teacher. In both of those roles, I have seen how the social emotional needs of our students have impacted their ability to perform academically. It is my hope that we make decisions regarding the 2020-2021 budget with those needs in mind. We will not improve the academic success of our students by ignoring the very real social and emotional equity issues present in our district. With all that is happening due to the precautions being taken with coronavirus, it will be important now more than ever to make sure that students and families are supported in ways that will allow teaching and learning to happen. I respectfully ask that we think not only of the bottom line during this time, but that we think of the bigger picture needs of the community of which we are a part. How will our values show up in this budget? How will we show that we truly understand and respect the needs of those who have entrusted us to educate their children? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I appreciate you doing this, and people don't really understand that you did a great job reading it, but your staff, our staff, Francine, as well as Kaya have done a yeoman's job in creating and understanding and implementing the new normal. And you guys have done it seamlessly, and we appreciate that. And to the citizens who are adjusting to this new normal, thank you for doing that once again. If you want to participate and make your comments known in future board meetings, again, all you have to do by noon of the day of the meeting is submit your comments via email at boardofelucation@rcsdk-12.org. I also want to thank Tom, who's sort of the wizard behind the curtain of making all this happen. We appreciate the work of the entire communications department and his chief, Carlos Garcia. So that would take us to the next item on the agenda, which would be advisory council reports. I believe do we have our student leader online?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I don't see you there, but I want you to go ahead with your report.
I have no report tonight, actually, since we didn't have the opportunity to meet because of the COVID-19.
So how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I still have to go to work because I work at Wegmans, but besides that, I've been social distancing and I've been managing my schoolwork.
Yeah, excuse my colleagues for asking, but this is our opportunity to connect with a student. Ms. Spencer, what school do you go to? Just so
I go
folks
to
know.
58 or Ward of Inquiry.
Ward of Inquiry. So how are you staying connected with your schoolwork? How's that going?
We've been using Google Classroom and we actually do Zoom meetings every once in a while.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's how we're staying connected and making sure our work is getting done and staying prepared for our AP test coming up.
All right. And what year are you in? Just so folks
I'm a
know.
junior.
Junior. Okay. And how are your colleagues feeling? Yeah, I'm sure you're in contact with your friends, your classmates. What are they saying? How are they feeling about this whole thing? Not only in school, but about home.
At first, everyone was kind of excited for it because then there's no school, but kids are starting to realize that this is, something real and we could be doing this for a long time. So they're starting to, miss, being at school, and they're starting to definitely feel the workload as it begins to pile up because, we're not in school and, we don't know when we'll be going back to school. So it's definitely a weird time and kids are really confused on how grades are going to work and just how things are going to happen in the future.
Well, it's because you are our representative on the board. Obviously, you can share your insights at any time with any one of us. I know Ms. Powell, Commissioner Powell is your mentee, but you can reach out to any one of us because your insight, your point of view of this is probably different than the rest of us up here. And that's why we have an elected representative on the board. So don't hesitate, even in this new normal, to reach out to us as best you can, because while we have capable, competent staff, and with many of them with advanced degrees, they don't know the stuff that you know, and we need to know that. So we appreciate you coming out tonight, but please stay in touch with us. Let us know when we're not doing something right or when we're doing something that could be changed and improve the services to students, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, be blessed and be safe. All right, next item on the agenda is Parent Advisory Council on Bilingual Education.
That is correct.
Okay. And again, we appreciate these folks are probably just trying to make it through the day and provide for their families. So we look forward to the resumption of those reports, and we'll check on them as we do all the folks that are part of the RCSD family. Next item on the agenda is board reports. I'll begin with policy, which there is a written report, and if my colleagues don't have a problem with it, I will just submit my report as written. And then there is governance. I know Commissioner Malloy is there. Commissioner Malloy, do you have a report?
Yes, I do. Good evening, everybody. So this is the policy committee that met on Tuesday, March 10th, 2020. The committee discussed streaming all committee meetings via video conferencing and the options to carry that out. The board decided to utilize the no-cost option of having one camera recording and streaming the committee meetings. This was incredibly important for transparency purposes. Prior to that, we just had parents who were having to stream this on their own devices, which was largely inconvenient and very tiring for a lot of individuals. So I think it's really unfair to expect our district parents or activists to use their personal devices and their own data very often to document our meetings. So I think that this was a really great decision by the board as a whole. I'm really pleased that this is available at no cost to the community. Our future topics for governance include a discussion on the board code of ethics and the board code of ethics. And we're also going to be discussing here and there just updates for the Distinguished Educators Report. We'll do this as needed at our other committees of the whole meetings leading up to our next governance meeting, which is going to be Tuesday, June 16th at 5:30. And
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Next committee on the agenda is Finance and Resource Allocation. Commissioner LeBron.
So for tonight, we'll be presenting the budget tonight because the last finance meeting, we did not drop the budget. We pushed it back for Tuesday. It was not available Tuesday, so the budget presentation will happen tonight. We have 2 changes in the budget deliberations and hearing schedule, which I will be talking about tonight as well. We pushed back the Q&A for the first round of questions, just to allow the board to have more than 5 or 6 days to submit questions. Oh, thank you for putting that up, Marisol. So the biggest change is that first round of budget questions are going to actually now be due April 3rd. And then round 1 responses are going to be due back from administration to the board on April 7th. We're going to keep round 2 questions to April 10th, which was originally scheduled and approved by the board. The April 14th budget public hearing through the webinar, which will be in this same format. The date still remains April 14th. April 15th, the responses from round 2 are due. Thursday, April 16th, the first budget deliberation sessions at 5:30. And City Council, Malik Evans as Chair of Finance has requested a meeting between the Finance Committee with City Council and the Finance Committee, which as we are committee of the whole, that would include everyone. We are working right now with City Council staff to determine a webinar, potentially either a Friday at noon or a Friday at 3 o'clock, but we submitted some dates and they're working it out. So as soon as that date is finalized based on their availability, I will send that out to everybody and make sure staff sends it out. Round 3 budget questions are going to be due April 22nd and April 23rd. We have our board business meeting, and then responses to round 3 budget questions from administration to the board are going to be due April 28th. On April 2nd, I want to go back. We're going to be hosting a town hall webinar style online on Zoom. So I want to go back to and point out, this was originally supposed to be a roundtable discussion with the community to ask questions and administration and staff and board to be able to respond. And we were going to have it in different tables, but because we're all online now, it's going to be a webinar format. And it'll be hosted for questions through YouTube, because if you don't have a Facebook page, then you can still see it through YouTube and submit questions. And people are still allowed to submit questions through the Board of Education org email address. Kalia, can you go back down? Or Marisol, whoever's whoever's running that. Oh, sorry, Kalia. Kalia is running, not Marisol. Thank you, Kalia. April 30th is the second budget deliberation session. Friday, May 1st, it'll be a board memo with the final summary of the board concerns sent to the administration. I'm hoping that those concerns will allow room to also have concerns from the community as well. The May date is to be determined between the Finance Committee and City Council. So when Malik Evans and his staff reached out, they requested a meeting with all of us in April and a meeting with all of us in May, so that they have a better understanding of the budget as well before it comes to City Council as a whole. May 7th is the special board meeting for budget adoption. May 12th, the transmission from the final is going to be due to City Hall. All those dates still remain the same from what was already voted on. May 14th is the final budget due to City Hall, and the date is set by the city, and it has to be 33 days before City Council approval. And then June 10th is the joint budget hearing with City Council. So it'll be administration, whichever board members come. And then June 16th, the City Council budget approval. That date is set by the city as well. And then the budget becomes effective July 1. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to be requesting a motion for the date change. These dates were already approved and some of them are already set, but the changes to the round 1 deliberations is the one that I need to request a motion for approval, so that round 1 questions are not going to be due next week. They'll be due April 3rd.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, don't you
I can't see everyone because the,
want to do a roll call vote?
Yeah, we have,
yeah, let's do a roll call. Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Okay, so I'll start from my screen. Ricardo, Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
Commissioner Powell,
Ricardo, hold on one second. Ricardo, could you try to press, because we want to make sure we try this new mechanics. Press your, yes, there you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Commissioner Powell,
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott,
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy, Commissioner Malloy, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Commissioner Shepherd, Commissioner Shepherd, I can't see, I can't hear her. All right, Commissioner White,
Because I'm co-host, let's see, can I? Yeah, wait, I think I can. I'm sorry. Yep, there you go. Yes.
okay. I think Natalie's a yes too. I see her.
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Okay, I'm gonna press yes too, because Marisol is trying out this voting system for the record. All right, so that motion passes. So thank you guys, and that's all I have for now. We'll talk more about the budget presentation when Van turns over the gavel.
I'm sorry, Commissioner LeBron.
Yes.
You have to review the financials and get those accepted as well, please.
Oh, does everybody have the financials in front of them?
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions about, oh, are you posting them? Thank you. So these are the financials that our CFO presented at the last finance meeting. So we had conversations and discussions about the report, including the new format. Are there any outstanding questions?
I see Commissioner
Motion to
Powell.
approve.
Second.
Okay, Kalia, can you go back to the full screen so I could do a roll call as well? Thank you. So Commissioner Adams,
Hold on one second. I have to clear all the votes. All right, so now we can do it. I had to clear the votes. Go ahead.
Commissioner Adams, Okay. Commissioner Powell,
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy,
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott,
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard.
Yes, if we're doing roll calls, do we need to press this button? I'm confused why we're doing both.
So before the meeting went live and public, we had a short tutorial on this process here because this is a process, one for Marisol to make sure she's capturing the votes correctly, but then also this is actually a feature we're hoping to use in the webinar, so we're trying it out today. I don't think you were on yet. Sorry, Natalie. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think you were on. Do you have the screen, Natalie, where it says participants? You see that at the bottom? You're already there?
Yeah, I'm pressing yes.
Oh, okay, let's see.
Commissioner White,
I'm a yes, and I'm getting ready to press yes. I don't see, okay, there you go. Yeah, there we go.
Commissioner Shepard, also the raise hand is how we're gonna do virtual raising our hand. So that'll allow whoever's hosting the meeting, and in this case, Van is one of the, he's a co-host, to call us in order, because it'll put us in order as we raise the hand. So that's it for me.
All right, those reports have been approved. Next item on the agenda is the Audit Committee report. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. There is a written report. Marisol, did you receive it?
Yes, I do have the written report.
Excellent. I didn't check to see if it was on board docs. The meeting was, our most recent meeting was only this past Tuesday. We basically caught up with items that were backlogged, and our next meeting will be May 5th, where we will be meeting with Fried Matzek to begin their next external audit cycle. That concludes my report. I do want to say, though, that Marisol did just a wonderful job presenting our speakers' comments. She really invested every one of them with a great deal of dignity and respect, and I want to call that out and thank her for that, and to say that you know, when folks have to submit written comments, so far they've been tremendously coherent and impactful. So I think this is actually working better than our physical public speaking portion. So thank you.
I would just interject unless there are like 90 people who are going to be speaking.
Yeah, I think we're considering, we discussed it earlier today, whether we would read all 90, in that case, statements. So I want folks to know that certainly we want to encourage them to provide those submissions by email, but there might come a time where this board decides collectively that we can't read all 50 or 90 into the record. But this is, again, the new normal, and we'll figure it out as we go along. You all set? Any questions for Commissioner Powell or any one of the commissioners that delivered their reports? Okay. Before we move on to the meat of our agenda, I wanted to review with my colleagues some relevant portions of our Board of Education bylaws, policies, and Robert's Rules of Order. We are about to embark on a series of difficult, challenging conversations relating to our budget and the future of this district. Given this, I thought it was important that I share with you that I intend on following those bylaws, Robert's Rules of Orders, and policies diligently so that my colleagues and I are fair and respectful to each other during these challenging but important conversations. In this regard, I hope we all remember the standards of conduct contained in policy number 2160, which we recently drafted and agreed to. Policy number 2160 states, the following are the general standards of professional, personal conduct applicable to all board members and commissioners of the Board of Education for the Rochester City School District. In fulfilling their responsibilities, members should observe the following. Apologize. Work with other RCSD board members and members of the community in a spirit of harmony, and cooperation. Consistent with policy number 2160, Robert's Rules of Order provide a similar set of rules. In Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised edition 11, which is the one that you all have, it lays out what it calls quote unquote decorum in debate. I intend, with your help, on ensuring that we follow those guidelines. If you examine pages 391 to 394, it states, the following practices and customs observed by speakers and other members in an assembly assist the carrying on of debate in a smooth and orderly manner. Rule number 1, refrain from attacking a member's motives. Rule number 2, refrain from speaking adversely on a prior action that is not before the body. Rule number 3, if at any time the presiding officer is offering a ruling or speaking within his privilege, any member who is speaking should stop speaking until the presiding officer has finished. At that time, the member can resume his speech. And by the way, I intend on providing the same courtesy to other members. So if someone is speaking, I don't intend on interrupting them. In other words, even though Robert's Rules of Order speaks of the right of the presiding officer to be uninterrupted, I believe that right applies to you all as well. Finally, there is Policy 2100. Policy 100 contains our bylaws. Paragraph number 8 is described as rules of order for all board meetings. It states, except for executive sessions, a board member may speak on a topic under consideration when recognized by the board president or presiding officer. On each of these occasions in which the board member is recognized, the board member may speak up to 5 minutes unless a time extension is granted by the board president or presiding officer. A board member may be recognized by the board president or presiding officer any number of times to speak on a topic under consideration after other board members have had the opportunity to speak. The rules contained in Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 10th edition, 2000, or more recently published version shall govern the board and all parliamentary procedures. Now, as you all have seen by the demonstration so far today in our effort to try to use this new technology, Zoom provides an opportunity for us to execute this particular part of our bylaws with some degree of precision. It allows a co-host such as myself, or when you all are chairs of meetings, to see the hands that are raised and the chronological order in which their hands are raised, and the presider of the meeting, that could be you as chair or me as a board president, will take those hands in the order in which Zoom presents them. So having said that, let's move on with the substance of the balance of our meeting, and that would be the superintendent's report. And I have asked that, and naturally consistent with our bylaws, that Commissioner LeBron chair this portion of our meeting as it relates to basically policy number 6110, which describes how the Board of Education receives the original recommendation of the superintendent on the budget. Commissioner LeBron, I turn the gavel over to you.
Yep, thank you. So I know that we have newer commissioners on here too. And I just want to state that the superintendent historically has presented, and then we end up getting the budget. And I know that we got the budget yesterday. And so I know there may be already a lot of questions if you started reading through the budget, but I ask that the questions are saved for the budget deliberations, however you want to present them, either through the deliberation or in writing or a combination of both. But that the questions remain to what's being presented tonight, so that we're not talking about something that the public themselves, if the budget has not gone on the website yet, has had an opportunity to review as well. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to our Superintendent Dade to start his presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Thank you, entire Board of Education, everyone watching today. So first, I just wanted to thank all of our food service workers, our custodial staff, safety and security, like President White said, who have just been rolling up their sleeves and doing everything possible to make sure that our buildings are ready to open whenever Governor Cuomo states so, to serve food and to keep us safe. So my hat's off to you all for doing above and beyond just to make sure that we are getting what we need in the RCSD. And then to our leadership and teachers, teachers specifically, I think a lot of the community are now abundantly clear in your value as schooling is happening at home. So thank you for everything that I've seen on social media of how you're engaging our students. So I'm here to present the superintendent's proposed budget. For the public, I want to make it clear that the way that this works is the superintendent makes a proposed budget to the Board of Education. And then at that time, the Board of Education does a lot of deliberation, questioning, and requests for modification with community and staff and public input. And at the end of the day, the Board of Education owns the budget for the RCSD. So please know that a lot can happen between today and May 7th when we adopt formally the budget for the RCSD. So make your voices heard as we go through these challenging times. So by way of starting, just by quick background, it's no surprise to anyone that we're facing a $64 to $65 million deficit from 1819 to 1920 school year. We all lived the $30 million in reductions in efficiencies that occurred over the first half of this year. None of us wants to face that ever again. We're still seeking $35 million from the state of New York to make us whole for this year. $35 million is still needed to make us whole for the 1920 school year. And then looking ahead, we have an additional $60 million deficit to close for the 2021 school year. So in totality, we are responsible for closing $125 million in the period of 1 year. I just want to make it clear that this is not fun for me. I wish I was some of my predecessors who got to talk about investing in and adding to, but we're just not in that period of RCSD history. $125 million from when I let the public know in September to balancing this budget on May 7th. That's what we're responsible for. There's a few assumptions in this budget. I made this clear on Tuesday. So the governor's proposed budget allocated $479.4 million of foundation aid to our district. Historically, looking back over the past at least 7 years, the state legislature has provided an additional $7 to $8 million of foundation aid annually, meaning from when the governor initially proposes his budget to what comes out, which is intended to be next week, April 1st, we typically receive an additional $7 to $8 million in foundation aid annually. As we work to close our projected budget gap in advance of state budget adoption, we needed to recognize this trend in our history and put in additional state aid based on what we knew of our past. Therefore, this draft budget includes a conservative estimate of an additional $4.5 million in foundation aid from the state. This assumption was made prior to COVID-19 outbreak. So I'm very concerned about whether we will receive even that conservative estimate of $4.5 million. So that's something our board and our community need to wrap their heads around. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Franklin, our CFO, who I'm so thankful to have on the team to walk through the next two slides with regards to our revenues and our expenditures.
Thank you, Superintendent. One of the first things we do in the budget process is forecast where the coming year's revenues and expenses might look like based on a straight continuation of the current year's operations. And that endeavor is reflected on this slide and the next. Excuse me. The Budget Office has finalized its forecast of revenues for the upcoming school year after the governor released his proposed budget and the state aid runs for foundation aid became available to us. We did adjust upward from the state aid run, our building aid, and our final cost reports that are being submitted. So our building aid should run a little higher than as currently published. Of course, as we probably all learned this morning, each type of state aid is now at risk of being discounted based on future state revenue collections. Our city, federal, and local revenues are relatively predictable. And I'll note that the lower local revenues that you see on this slide is really a reflection of reduced bond premium from the Rochester Joint Schools Construction Board debt issuances. The debt they will be issuing next year will be much less than the current and prior years. In total, our initial estimate, run back in January, estimated that next year's revenues would be just 1.7% higher than our current budget. So as we turn toward expenditures on slide 5, please. We trended forward the current year's expenditure budget based on known changes, observed growth rates, or assumptions of economic conditions. For example, we have collective bargaining agreements that obligate us to certain pay raises in the upcoming year. The city of Rochester obligates us to spend $10 million on capital projects, and our debt service obligations are predetermined at the time of the bond issuance. Some expenses on this slide can be predicted based on observed recent growth, such as charter school tuition or our special education costs, and contracted transportation based on recent enrollment trends and cost trends that we've observed in our local market. Other more generalized expenses were predicted based on economic conditions, and specifically, I mean the 1.8% growth that we see in the Consumer Price Index for all urban areas. Lastly, there are some expenses that are based on management decisions. On this particular slide, those would be the appropriations you see for contingency and for deficit reduction. In all, we forecasted our expenses to grow by 5.25% over the current year's budget. So as the growth rate of expenses far outpaced the growth rate of revenues, our forecast resulted in a general fund deficit in excess of $61 million. Later in this presentation, the superintendent will review the recommendations put forth in our draft budget to close that deficit. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. So the next piece of information is just what factors did we take into consideration as we looked at how to close this massive budget deficit. So first, the board did a great job with establishing priorities. So we took all of those priorities into consideration as we developed this proposed budget. We knew that we needed to recognize what we heard loud and clear from mid-year and from our Board of Education to reduce our senior leadership team. So you'll see that reflected in this proposed budget. Central office reorganization and reduction. We right-sized school staffing due to decline in student enrollment. I've been preaching that since the first day of school. So we looked at building level staffing, maximizing school staffing ratios, and applied a formula based on contract agreements to make this process more objective and not to wait until the school year began to make those right-sizing decisions. We also realized that we needed to make some program school transitions, not because of lack of value, but because of the need to hit a huge number for our deficit, while also looking at some efficiencies that we could make to still serve our students in the best manner possible. The next slide really, everyone has seen this over and over and over again, but I want to make sure that it does not lose its importance. So over the course of the past 6 years, we have seen a steady increase in the staffing that we've allocated in the RCSD. At the same time, in those same 6 years, we've lost over 3,100 to 3,500 students in that same time period. So while there's absolute value in everything that our boards and past boards have done to provide additional services to our students, afford those additions. And you'll see those playing out in my proposal. The proposed staff reductions for next year are articulated on this slide. So for ASAR, which is our administrative bargaining unit, you'll see a decrease of 9.3% in that collective bargaining agreement. Bente saw a slight increase of approximately 5 positions. As we experienced during our mid-year, these employees are typically in mandated positions that we have to provide services for our students. So there was not room for reductions there. For RAP, a slight decrease of approximately 5 positions, only a 0.7% reduction. RTA, which is our teaching bargaining unit, decrease of 192 positions. I want to remind the board that we've also done our homework on what does the attrition rate look like for the RTA. And we've typically seen on average in the past 3 years an attrition number of approximately 250 teachers in this area. So we do hope that with this reduction and combined with attrition, that we will not see the layoffs that we experienced mid-year. In SEG, the superintendent's employee group, a reduction of 23.5%. It will be the smallest SEG probably in the history of RCSD. And then all other staff are a combination of our exempt employees, the board's education employee group was a reduction of 5.2%. So in total, you'll see a reduction of 7.7% in our staffing of FTEs over the course of our amended budget to the 2021 school year. As I stated, one of the board's priorities was really examining the role of central office and reductions and reorganization for efficiencies that we could make there. As Commissioner LeBron has been great about educating our community with our CFO, Mr. Franklin, this is one of the slides that was provided to the community that was very informative of what actually goes into central office. So central office functions in the role of finance by way of budget, payroll, grants management, Office of Accountability, which is our testing and student records, human resources, which is hiring and benefits, central services like food service, transportation, operation of buildings, utility, distribution center, and then our instructional management and technology for our classrooms, which we're all realizing just how critical this team is as well. So as I said about from my entry just 7 months ago, really examining the function of the organization and what efficiencies I could make, we came up with nearly $3 million in central office reductions, an additional 4 of the superintendent's employee group, taking it from 17 down to 13 employees. And then a new organization structure will be rolled out to the organization, but this is a brief overview of what the new organization structure is going to look like for my employee group. Next, we really had to take a look at school and program transitions. This was extremely tough. If we get a windfall of money, this is an area that I would definitely want to see add backs. One was the closing of the Bilingual Language and Literacy Academy, which is a savings of $2.7 million. For the public, the Bilingual Language and Literacy Academy was prompted by the influx of students and families, particularly from Puerto Rico and other countries at that time. That has slowed dramatically over the course of the year. So this is an area that we believe that we would be able to transition to our schools in their programming. We're also looking at merging Young Mothers and Interim Health Academy with All City and some other programs across the district. This would require some close collaboration with the leadership at All City High and our other schools to make sure that we're providing the services needed for our students. Next is really looking at the Rochester International Academy, or RIA. Look, if we could go back. RIA has undergone a variety of models. As I looked at the history of RIA, we are proposing that we transition it to a 6 to 12 grade program. We would love for it to merge as a school, as an international school that can be recognized by the state of New York that would serve our international students. This plan would also address some mandates from the state education department, where we have to make sure that we are placing and identifying our ELS and SIFE students appropriately. So that is a work in progress across the district. And then we also need to pay attention to transitioning our students into general education populations as soon as possible. So this is in direct collaboration with the state education department. This is not saying that this is not occurring right now, but this is the state education department saying that through our corrective action plan, there's work to be done here. So we need to work on this piece. So that's a savings of $1.7 million. Some other school program transitions would be moving New Beginnings program to the 4th floor of Hart Street. New Beginnings and Links would share some staffing, which would result in a reduction of $800,000. These moves would also allow us to eliminate the lease at Oxford Street, which provided us with some savings. And these savings in totality would be reflected in the proposed budget prior to adoption on the 7th. But the overall savings here for all school program transitions would be $7.4 million. Next, this was the toughest part of our budget proposal, is what are we doing to make sure that we are keeping up the stellar restorative practices and social and emotional supports that we have in the RCSD. So by way of what we do have in place with the 2021 budget would be, in addition to our building-based counselors, 6 central school counselors support our K through 6 buildings. We have support of $1.7 million from the Center for Youth contract to support schools with alternatives to suspension, keeping our health zones intact, and restorative practice coordination. So how do we build capacity with regards to our restorative practices so they're not dependent on a particular individual, but really is pervasive in a culture in a school where every single teacher, every single aide, every single principal and assistant principal is adept at providing these strategies for our students to make sure that we're providing alternatives to suspension. We've maintained 11 centrally allocated FTEs, which would continue to support the awesome Rock Restorative team. And that team has done a great job of going out to schools, working with our students, working with our staff to make sure that we're, again, building capacity to be a restorative district that's not dependent on individuals, but really as a collective environment in the RCSD. We also have a new relationship with the Monroe County Department of Social Services, supporting additional social workers through the Catholic Family Services. So this is new relationship that should have been happening before, but under the leadership of Corinda Crossdale and Ms. Ruth Turner, really solidifying this relationship to provide direct services from the Monroe County Department to our students by way of additional social workers. All of that said, you will still see reductions made in the proposed budget to both counselors and social workers. This was, again, like I said, the hardest part of the budget proposal. We moved to a ratio after looking at what's being done in the Big Five, what are some proposed ratios across the state of New York. And you can see some of those ratios here. But overall, buildings will still be staffed with social workers and counselors, but you will see a reduction in your budget books to the tune of $2.6 million. Moving on to special education. Again, we heard loud and clear the board's priority of don't touch socio-emotional and don't touch. I had to make reductions as a proposal to the board here. I want to provide context for the community at large and the Board of Education that from school year 2014 to 2015 to our current school year, our special education population has increased by 1.9%. You can see the beds day numbers right there on your screen from 2014-15 to 2019-20, an increase of 1.9%. At the same time, our budget for special education has increased by $37.8 million that you'll see in the next slide. So from 2014-15, we spent $142 million to a high of $181.7 million in 2018-19, and a slight decrease of $180 million in 19-20. The reason I'm pointing this out is that while our special education population increased by 1.9%, our budget for special education has increased by 27% in 5 years. So again, this is not me saying that our students with disabilities do not need additional supports. I'm just asking that we consider what efficiencies can we make that continues to meet mandates, that provides efficiencies to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to meet obligations of timelines and the like, but not to the tune of nearly $40 million while our students with disabilities population hasn't grown at that same rate. Our special education staffing followed suit. So like I said, nearly an increase of $40 million over the past 5 years. You can see we had 1,210 FTEs for special education in 2014-15 to a high of 1,672 in 18-19 with a decrease in 19-20. So our special education staffing has increased by 375 FTEs in the past 5 years, which amounts to a 31% increase in staffing over that same time period. Again, not saying that our students with disabilities do not need additional support. I'm just asking that we consider what can we afford when we're making sure that we're providing the supports our students with disabilities and other students need that would follow suit with what our budget allows for. Contract reductions was another board priority. So we worked with the state education department to identify expenses that could be appropriately shifted to title funding. You all saw that work well with the mid-year layouts where we went from a very high number of FTEs that we were potentially going to see reductions to where we ended by the end of December. And a lot of that had to do with shifting of funding by collaborating with the state of New York's education department and working with our team here to utilize our title funding in the best manner possible. We also looked at all non-mission critical contracts, and those were identified for either reduction or elimination. So in total, you will see in your budget books a reduction in contracts of nearly $5 million from the 1920 budget to our 2021 budget. The Board of Education asked us to prioritize an examination of healthcare costs. So unfortunately, we weren't able to realize any savings here, but it's explained on this slide. Any changes in the level of healthcare benefits or employee contributions must be negotiated. No unilateral changes can be made by the Board of Education or myself. Bente and RAP contracts are in effect until June 2021, so those negotiations already occurred. RTA and ASAR contracts are currently being negotiated, but remain in an impasse due to the district's ongoing budget concerns. Our self-insured healthcare model is the most cost-effective option for our employees compared to other regionally offered healthcare plans. So I know that that was a question asked, and we do believe that self-insured care plan is the model that we should continue to utilize here in the RCSD. Future negotiations will include a review of our current benefit levels, co-pays, and premiums for cost-saving opportunities. So those will occur as we continue to go through contract negotiations with our CBAs. Next slide is an important slide. So this shows the reductions on one page. Nearly $14 million in building level staff reductions. That's with the closures of School 44 and 57, reductions and closures of programs, and then other general education staffing reductions, nearly $14 million there. A reduction in administration by way of assistant principals of nearly $2 million. We highlighted in green. I want to make sure this, and I'll be stating this every single day until the budget's adopted or until we receive word from Governor Cuomo with regards to what we are receiving. I have significant concerns with the assumption made on the next line. We built in $4.5 million based on the trend data that we saw over the past 7 years, where we have typically received $7 to $8 million of additional foundation aid each and every of those years. We took a conservative look and brought that down, but we are still concerned with that $4.5 million. I say all that to the public, and please hear me clearly, that if we move forward with this budget and we hear news from Albany, I will have to provide a revised budget to the Board of Education with those assumptions eliminated once we receive the foundation aid from Governor Cuomo. Moving along, you can see the other reductions listed on the screen from central office, social workers and counselors. The cash capital that Mr. Franklin spoke to, we are obligated at this point, is the best information that I have, to reserve $10 million for cash capital. As you know, the City Council approved us a waiver for this year of $10 million. We're trying to be fiscally responsible and not go to $10 million again, because that's not good practice. So we tried to lower it to $5 million. We've alerted the city to this effect, but at the end of the day, the city is going to have to approve that waiver of $5 million. So that's another huge assumption in this budget. Special education staff is listed there, summer school, transportation. All of this totals $61.8 million in reductions. Next slide. Our revenues are going to balance out. So if you look at our 1920 amended budget, our revenues with all these buckets in total is $934,197,659. Our proposed budget takes us to $948,993,855 for an increase in revenue of $14.8 million. Our expenditures, taking all of the salary compensation on the next slide, other charter school tuition and the like, you can see that we balanced it out to make sure that our expenditures are totaling $14.8 million as well. So this, I want to make sure that everyone knows, is legit. There is additional scrutiny on this administration and the Board of Education to make sure that we're not under budgeting. That is why I'm pleading with everyone to understand that this is as serious as it gets. You will not see a line item where it's significantly under budgeted by $5 million or $7 million has been done in the past. This is a legit look at our past trend to make this budget a reality. So in review, we know the history of the $65 million from 1819 to 1920. We are still seeking $35 million from the New York State to close us out and make us whole for the 1920 school year. And then we have a $60 million deficit to close for next year. So again, I want to end by saying this is the superintendent's proposed budget to the Board of Education. My promise to everyone is to listen to the Board of Education's questions, make the modifications and shifts that they recommend, but I can guarantee you that you're going to have a superintendent that's going to consistently say, if we make this addition, you have to show me where we're going to make a further reduction. I wish I had the luxury of past superintendents where we had a fund balance to engage in some of these tough conversations. In 17-18, we utilized $16.2 million of fund balance. That means we had to come in over what we actually had in revenue and utilize $16.2 million of our fund balance to do some of the add-ons that the public and the board are going to be asking for. 19, we utilized $42.4 million of fund balance. That is $22.4 million in overspend, and then $20 million in budgeted fund balance. So I know that's not popular for everyone to hear. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that we don't have the luxury of a savings account to dip into as we make these tough decisions. Every single add-on, we're going to have to come back and say where we're going to make a reduction in the proposed budget. So I thank everyone for your collaboration in the coming weeks. It's going to be a tough road, but I know that we're going to work together to make sure that we don't have Groundhog Day in September of 2020, where we've overspent our budget for the RCSD. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Powell put in the chat to everybody that in the past, the budget presentation has not been subject to questions. Will this historical pattern continue? So I started off saying that people can ask questions about the budget presentation, primarily because the last two budget presentations that I have been on the board serving, I was able to ask questions, but also we just had East present their budget presentation and we asked them questions. So I don't know if it needs to be a roll call vote, if people want to ask questions on the PowerPoint. I know I have lots of questions on the PowerPoint and the budget, but I'm going to reserve my budget question to the deliberations. So do folks want me to do a roll call? If you can go back to the chat and do a yes if you want to ask questions on the presentation, or a no. And if you guys can just click on it so I can see. Okay, I have one no from President White. I'm trying to see everyone. I think I have to scroll down. Commissioner Shepard is a yes. Cynthia Elliott is a yes. I'm a yes. Commissioner Malloy and Commissioner Adams, I need your vote, please. Amy Malloy is a yes. Mr. Adams, are you going to vote? Okay, I'm going to go with the yes has it for questions on the presentation only.
Is it not working?
It's not working for you?
I'm asking you. I clicked it.
Oh,
It is working.
You gotta click it once. Click yes.
It was working. It did register yes.
Okay. I think he clicked it and it went off again. So there's going to be a few questions just on the PowerPoint slides. And then we'll reserve questions about the budget during the budget deliberations and hearings. So whoever wants to go first, raise your hand and I will call on you. Amy Malloy, and then Cynthia Elliott, followed by Commissioner Shepard.
So I just have a quick question. Perhaps I missed it, but Superintendent Dade, can you tell us the actual number of social workers and counselors that you're proposing to cut, please?
I would have to go back and review that, but if we put that in the board lock, I can definitely get the specifics on each of those.
Thank you.
Commissioner Elliott, followed by Commissioner Shepard, and then followed by Commissioner Powell.
With regard to the contingency line, I see that there's funding there. What's the difference between the contingency funding being allocated for the contingency line versus fund accounts, fund balances?
Mr. Franklin, can you take that one, please?
Yes, Superintendent. Commissioner, the primary difference is one of intent. We treat the appropriation for deficit reduction as a sub-account to contingency, and we're just trying to differentiate between a real contingency account, which is for the commissioners to decide at a future date to utilize for a specific purpose, versus this sub-account appropriation for deficit reduction, which is a intent to begin rebuilding the school district's fund balance.
So that is actual funding that we're allocating, actual dollars that we're allocating to that line?
Budgetary appropriation, yes.
And it's to use, I just need to understand it, because I guess I don't necessarily understand that versus the general funds that we used to have, because it seems as if we're doing the same thing with the contingency fund and the general funds. It doesn't seem to be a distinction for me.
Commissioner, the distinction would be a contingency account is for available funding for you to decide later how to spend. And the intent is, in all likeliness, it will be spent. The appropriation for deficit reduction is similar. However, the intent is to not spend that money so that by the end of the year, the district will, in essence, generate a $5 million profit, which will contribute to rebuilding the district's fund balance, which as of last year was negative.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Shepard, followed by Commissioner Powell.
On page 11 of the presentation, I wanted to know, with the partnership with Monroe County Department of Social Services, it says supporting additional social workers. What does that look like? Does that look like they will be putting staff within our schools, and how many? And they will be paying for it, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so Ms. Turner can provide more information on the specifics later in the week, but I know just from my conversations that it would be paid for by Monroe County, so it wouldn't be from our budget. With regards to where they would be placed, I'm not sure if they would be in buildings or not, but we can definitely get you that information.
Page 17, in regards to special education. You know, I listened to how you framed the fact that the trends in education in special ed, in our special ed department, how it appeared to be disproportionate, meaning we had way more increases in staff and funding going into that department than we had as compared to how many students increased into special ed. And so my concern, and I will save my deeper questions for budget deliberations, but just based off of your presentation and the way that it was stated, my concern about special ed is the fact that when we didn't have all of that staff, that our kids weren't getting the services that they needed. And now that we have increased it and we are potentially looking at going into formal legalities around that, I'm concerned that if we are looking to cut in that department, what does that look like in regards to our continued fight, not just with our staff, but also with the community in regards to this area?
Yeah, great questions. And that's something that I would not allow to happen, to have a reduction that puts us out of compliance. So unfortunately, even with increases of significant nature over the course of the years, we're still in legal concerns. So what I've really done is really tried to take a look at where we could have efficiencies that still meets mandates. We work with the New York State Education Department and Ms. Morgan and her team on a continuous basis about what the model should look like and how we can move things forward. The impending consent decree has nothing by way of mandated staffing models and the like. It's really about metrics that we need to meet. So I took all of that in consideration when coming up with the proposed reductions.
Okay, so I'll be expecting more from the administration around that, only because I'm just using my common sense now. I mean, if we don't have the staff to provide the services, I don't see how we will be meeting the metrics, and I don't want us to go backwards, but you said you want to allow that to happen, so that is cool for now. And now I am on page 7. So I just want to combined with the reduction since June of last year, which includes our mid-year cuts, we are looking at a total of 790 staff altogether. And then I cross-referenced that with an earlier presentation in November. And the 18% that I know that people really didn't understand what it is that I was advocating for, this puts us at 790 staff right now, including your proposal. The 18% would have been 1,035 staff. And I remember the administration telling me that there's no way this district could function if we got anywhere near close to that number. And today you said that you were hoping to see combined with the numbers today that you proposed in reductions, which was 236, that you were hoping to see combined with attrition. Does that mean that that you're looking to see if attrition would be a part of that number, or would it be in addition to that number?
So a few points. When I made the comments with regards to what this district could take, it was for mid-year. We saw the devastation that we experienced with a 5%, less than a 5% reduction mid-year. Mid-year is a whole nother beast that this community lived with. So that's why I came out so strongly to say that we would not survive that magnitude of reductions mid-year. What we're doing now is much more typical of a budget process, looking at revenues and expenditures, looking at efficiencies, class size, and the like. So I'm much more confident in these numbers going from 1920 to 2021. We actually right-sized the district based on the decline in student enrollment that we should have done a long time ago. With regards to attrition, it would not be in addition to. I am hoping that the natural attrition that we see in RTA would make that reduction almost seamless, much like this board did with Superintendent Lowengarde. there was a reduction put on the table. The board adopted a retirement incentive so that with the retirement incentive and attrition, that this community would not see an impact on teacher layoffs. So that's what we're hoping to accomplish without a retirement incentive, is our attrition rate would be higher than the actual reductions in the RTA bargaining unit.
Okay, so that's helpful for the clarity for mid-year. My concern though is that the impact is going to be the same in regards to what that looks like for classrooms and school buildings. So I would really like to know what is going to be the plan when we are talking about doing these additional cuts, which includes attrition, hopefully. But what does that look like for the school buildings to have now just adjusted mid-year, and then they'll have to adjust again in the summertime? Are we looking at any additional school closings? And what is the classroom configuration going to look like with those as well?
Yeah, we'll gladly provide that information. Things like class size at all levels. We'll gladly make sure that everything is not over class size for the Board of Education. And at this point, there are no proposals on the table that would require additional school closures.
Okay. Page 11. In this let's see, on this page, it says there'll be no additional staff, but you're looking to put students who are in interim into All City High. And I know that the students that go to interim, they're there because of the unique, I would say that way, the unique supports that they need. So I wanted to know what will be the plan if no additional staff are going to be added, but these kids have very special needs that need to be addressed.
And so this is something that we're going to pay attention to closely. Like I said, we need to really work with the leadership at All City High to make sure that we could actually make that happen with no additional staffing. Right now, what we know is that at some of our programs, if you look at their attendance, that attendance rate is not 100%. Particularly at our programs, you see a much lower rate of everyday attendance. So we'll be looking at things like that to provide services for our students. But just like I committed to with mid-year, this is one of my toughest slides. This and our social emotional supports that as we gain more information for particular needs like our programs and our social emotional support. So if I dig into this and I come up with that we do need additional, I'll bring that to the board. So great point, Commissioner Shepard, because the needs of some of our students are so great that we really need to have further conversations with the staff at some of these programs to make sure that we can make some of this a reality at the numbers that we've depicted. Okay.
And then just my last point, and I'm done. I have a question before I make it though, just so I have clarity. Is the draft budget, is it going out today to the public?
Yes, I believe that's the standard operating procedure that we put our budget up when we make the budget presentation.
Okay. So I have a really huge concern. I don't know who wrote the executive summary in this draft budget. But I'm just gonna say it straight. I'm a little frustrated after reading it. I am disappointed, and I'm just a little bit embarrassed for a few reasons. This document is supposed to reflect a stance of the board that can be backed up by the pages that go within the full budget book. And I want to be very clear that the way that it read was almost like this is a soap opera. There was just some very offensive language in there around the community, something that I just don't tolerate. And I'm a little confused as to why it was written that way. And before this budget goes out, or to remove that from the budget, because it's supposed to be an official professional document. And there's grammar errors all throughout. And I just want to make it very clear that whoever wrote that is just unacceptable for me. I know, Superintendent, that you stepped in to this. We can say that 5 million times. I want the community to know very clearly that I advocated for you to make the salary that you have, not that my colleagues advocated against it, because I do believe that you can do the job. And so whenever I'm being critical, it's not critical because I think that you will fail in your efforts. It's because I do believe that you are worth the money that we are paying you, and that this heavy lift is something that you can do. And so with that being said, I know we're moving forward, and I just want to ask my colleagues, really looking at if we're right sizing the district based on quantity versus quality. I know we're going to have to do more with less, that's obvious, but the way that this executive summary was written, it doesn't express the values that I think I know myself, and I think that my colleagues have, when it comes to just how we are making our stance as a district. If this budget belongs to the board, I wouldn't want anything like that going out to the public. And so I'm requesting that the executive summary be rewritten before it's made public. Now, I don't know if that means we can just delete it and then add it at a later date, or if we would just put the full budget up in the morning. But I am very concerned specifically, not just around the grammar errors, but around the fact that there was a statement in there that said something about, contrary to what is stated in the community. Like, that's drama that I just don't want reflected in an official document. So I will request as an individual commissioner that be changed and that it be updated to look more professional before it's released.
So Commissioner Shepherd, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so let me just add, because that's part of the budget book, the budget's actually already online. So that executive summary is now public. However, I too had concerns around what's stated in the executive summary. And I don't know, Terry, how you want us to handle it. If you want us to email you tonight, all of the changes we would like to see requested. I think for me, my biggest concern is just that there's just some information. One, I do think that the community concerns is not just the central office is bloated and it doesn't support schools. I think salaries in central office is also a large issue with the community. But would you like us to email you the pages and sections where we have some concerns with and would like the language change? How would you like us as a board to handle that? And I know that it's already up and have a new draft up by tomorrow, but.
So especially if any students are watching, something that I've always taught is, you take feedback and make modifications. The way things are written, depending on point of view and the like, is always going to be up to interpretation. So I own it. This is the board's budget again. So email me any and all recommendations for revision, and we'll do it. You've known my leadership to not contribute to drama, so this wasn't written to be a dramatic display, but I own anything that comes out of my team. I accept that responsibility proudly. We'll make any and all revisions at the direction of this board, and then we'll put back up a document that represents the board's position on the budget's executive summary.
Yeah, I just want to, Terry, there was a line in there that we had $125 million deficit in 1 year, and that's just not accurate. It's 64.8 for 2019-2020 year, and then 2021 another 60 million. I know the total of 2 budget years is 125. But things like that, for me, these are public records. They become historical facts at this point in time in this district, and I just want it to be as accurate as possible as well.
Not a problem at all. Send their feedback my way.
I will send it. It's all written, but I'm going to type it up tonight. And Commissioner Shepherd, send your feedback too, please. And any other commissioner. Can we go back to the full screen so I can see who had their hand raised? Are you all done, Commissioner Shepherd?
Yes, I'm all done. Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Powell, and then Tatiana has raised her hand as well, our student rep. So Commissioner Powell and then Tatiana.
Can I jump in for 1 second, Commissioner LeBron?
Yes.
I will request that any information that you want from the district, I can receive that and then I can turn it over.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. We can email the superintendent directly, but we can email you too.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me preface my remark that on page, and I'm focusing on page 11, that very often the superintendent's presentation does get into very specific programs that that we will, I'm certain, deliberate more thoroughly in the days to come, which is why I was kind of advocating that we not ask questions. But I want to add a little bit of nuance to what Commissioner Shepard had said about the interim health students. And I'm not saying this because there are any sacred cows. I understand we can't afford sacred cows. Everything has to be up for consideration, for cutting. But one of the things about our the students in interim health is a couple of some of them are school avoidant, in which case the attendance issues would only be made worse if they were put in even another environment like All City High that might be almost as small. And so I would need to see a very specific response for that pool of students. And the other student that I have particular concern about are the students who are school avoidant because they have been bullied. You know, All City High, like Lynx, often has the bullies in our district assigned to them. And so I'm really concerned that that putting those two halves together is not going to come up with a solution that's actually supportive for those students. And I would need, as time progresses, to see a very specific response for that population of students. Have I made myself clear?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's more a comment than a question, but I figured the more time you have to work it out, the better. And it's possible that we or students today as we have had in the past. I mean, the population in that program has gone down a great deal. So perhaps the numbers are small enough that home hospital is another option for those students rather than All City. But that's for your people to analyze, right? Thank you. That's the only question I had for tonight, Beatrice. I knew that we would run the risk of getting into, you know, program by program discussion, but I feel really strongly about this one, and I felt like I had to comment. Thank you.
Okay, so when you talk about like cutting social workers and counselors, I just want to make sure that students will be able to still have the support staff that they need necessary, because like as it is, we don't have, like in my building, especially since we're K through 12, we don't have enough like counselors and social workers for each, you know, grade level. Like we have one social worker for, not one social worker, but one counselor for 11th and 12th. And it's difficult to set a meeting and get what you need done when you have one person. So I just want to make sure that when you do decide to cut these social workers and counselors at each grade level in each school, make that have enough support for the students and that kids aren't suffering because of the budget deficit.
Yeah, well said. And Tati, that's what's keeping me up with those two slides, the social emotional supports and in our programs, really making sure that we're providing all of our students with what they need. So please know that I'm taking that extremely seriously. The board's going to get feedback from you and countless others across our community. So please know that I'm paying a lot of attention to those needs moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adams, I see you raised your hand too, so I'm going to call on you and then I'll save my remarks for last.
Yeah, I didn't want to make a comment at all, but Commissioner Powell brought up the thing about sacred cows. So I just had to put this comment out here that from my little experience of 7 or 8 weeks, we really have to get some support for the SSOs. And Superintendent David said when we talk about getting more, we have to tell them where to take from. They need to take from, we need to get rid of, quit funding those SROs, the police, and get some more support in them school buildings, man, for the SSOs. It's critical. It's as critical as anything else. I don't need to speak on anything else because other people have spoke about it, and this ain't really the time for that. But I just had to say this about the need for support for the SSOs in them buildings, man. And the way to do it is get rid of ESSA. Quit funding. We don't have to get rid of them. If they'll come in on their own, fine. We just can't fund them. We can't fund the SROs. We can't fund the police. And with that, I'm clear.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of remarks, Terry. Some of them are questions that I think you will probably have to put in the board question log and at least start that process now. One, I would like to understand where the numbers came from, just based on going through the budget book, but also I always look back a budget book or two back. Last year I did, the year before I did 5 years, last year I did 3. This year, I'm going to go back 2 plus, compare it to your budget. And I just need to understand where you got the savings for the school closures, and particularly when we're reopening those as UPK through first grade. So I think that question could go on the board question log for now. I don't see where it will fit in a hearing process of it until we get there. But just a couple of concerns that I have. The chief of special education, that was primarily because of the recommendation from our previous distinguished educator, Dr. Aquino. When I first started at the district 2 years ago, we didn't have a chief in position. We had an executive director, and he felt very strongly that that was not the best approach for special education, that someone needed to be at the cabinet level. And particularly because what would happen is that special education would not get the proper supports and funding. So I'm very concerned about that. And I'm very concerned that we would cut it when we accepted the distinguished educators us working on the resolutions from his recommendations. In regards to that as well, I know that special education has seen increasing in funding. But a few years ago, before I was ever on the school board, I worked special education and bilingual education in the district. And I can tell you that every superintendent that came in and every administrator that came in had these grand ideas about changes in special education, and that it is exhausting on not only on the staff, but in particularly our students who need the most stability in special education, routines and understanding, and parents are overwhelmed as it is. So I have grave concerns about special ed, and we're under a consent decree. So I hear you loud and clear when you said if we have areas that we don't want you to touch, I will have, and I'm gonna ask the entire board to start thinking about areas that they think they can offer up as an alternative recommendation if there's an area in the budget that we just won't support. I'm concerned about RIA, and the state's recommendations were about transitioning back to the homeschool converting that into a 6th to 12th grade, I have grave concerns about what will happen to refugee students who are just not prepared for 6th grade, when RIA was supposed to be a newcomer essential academy for our refugee populations. Also, having worked with refugee students, they sometimes will come here from their refugee camp and may have never been inside of a school. So to then bring them in and test them to either put them at school 15 or RIA, I have concerns of just sticking them into education, a formal education setting without that transitional support. So I'll be looking to, Terry, you don't have to answer these today. Let me just say that. I'm making remarks and you can save them. I will follow up with Marisol as well. I have them written here. So I'll type them before I'm done so that you can answer some of these. But the social workers with the Department of Human Services, I don't know if you're aware, I serve on the county's Citizens Advisory Council. So I get to have a bird's eye view on all the services that Monroe County offers and how they're implemented. And it's my understanding in having conversations, because this has come up repeatedly on that council, that these would be preventative CPS workers. And as you know, there is an issue with people calling CPS within the district. Sometimes not necessarily a cause to remove a child, but really because of a preventative worker needing to be in there. So I have concerns that we would call this social work. Through my other agency, we're also affiliated with Catholic Family Center. And as you know, I do social work for seniors, and Catholic Family Center is one of the Elder Source other arm partner. And I just know that our social workers in the community and our community agencies are already stretched thin. I just don't understand how this collaboration would work, especially when we're talking about preventative CPS workers, which is vastly different than traditional social work. So I'm going to ask the board. So those are my remarks. I'll let you respond to anything you want to respond and anything you want officially on the board question log in regarding to this presentation and what I've shared tonight. I will email Marisol tonight as well. But I will ask the board to start considering areas of recommendation to swap out. I heard Mr. Adams say SROs. We've had this conversation, but I think this is going to be a critical time to have conversations. And I do agree with Terry that if there is an area that we strongly don't want to support in this budget, then we as a board should come up with some recommendations of what can be swapped out.
Yeah, I'll wait for the official log there, Commissioner LeBron. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Because I'm going to pass the gavel back over. Okay. So I'm going to adjourn this part. Oh, yes. Commissioner Elliott?
Your mic is not on.
Yeah, your mic's not on.
Sorry. Thank you. I just want to support your comments about RIA, and I look forward to working together to see how we can continue to have the core value of that program to be sustained. I like the idea of having it as a about some of the comments from the state. And my initial thoughts around that is that these are people who don't have any idea about what it takes to come out of those kinds of situations that our refugee students find themselves in. And so I'd like to be able to push back on that one, be it with the state or whomever, that we can help to educate them around the core value of that program that we have here in our district.
Thank you. So if that is the last, I'm gonna, I guess, adjourn this portion of the meeting, turn the gavel back over to President White, and then we'll go straight into board business and resolutions. President White?
So President White is having some technical difficulties. I'm going to ask him to leave the call and then join back, and perhaps he can regain sound again. Vice
Oh, I saw
President,
him waving. I didn't know what he was doing. Okay.
Vice President Elliott, can you please convene the meeting from here until President White can get back on?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, we got
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got to learn how to do sign language, Commissioner LeBron, because I wasn't able to communicate, but thank you. And we were ready though. Vice President Elliott was ready to take the gavel. All right. And I was trying to communicate. The other unique thing about this Zoom is that I cannot, if I'm co-hosting, I cannot raise my hand. So I wasn't able to get your attention, Commissioner LeBron. And I had some brief comments. The first thing I wanted to say is I did not oppose talking about this. I just didn't have any comments. But I would say there were a number of comments that were made that I, like the governor talks about this being New York State being the epicenter for the problems dealing with COVID-19. Well, Rochester is the epicenter for poverty. And it's ironic that, I don't mean to be critical of the governor because he's doing a great job, but it's ironic that he is complaining that the feds aren't giving us what we need. And Rochester, again, ranks third in poverty. We are the epicenter for the stressors of this community. So I'm sympathetic to what the governor's going through, and I want him to be sympathetic to what we're going through. And a lot of the issues and concerns that you all raised today are part of that. Special education, messing with the mission of RIA, but make no mistake about it. I understand why our superintendent is focused in this way, but we have to let the governor know there's some hypocrisy, quite honestly and respectfully. There's some hypocrisy about him saying the feds aren't doing what they need to do for us as New Yorkers, but at the same time, we as Rochesterians bear the brunt of poverty in this nation. And let me just say, Superintendent Dade, great job. But I gotta say that when we deal with special needs students, a lot of times we created this response because we were out of compliance. And I hear where you're going, and I see what you're saying about the population of special needs students has not been in alignment with the number of people that we've employed. But the problem has been, the state has been telling us we're out of compliance. And so you want to talk about the epicenter, our receivership schools are the epicenter, and we have, best as we could, tried to provide the resources that these children need. Unless the governor says to you and to us, hey, listen, we understand your dilemma. We understand, we're telling you to turn these receivership schools around, and it doesn't make any difference how many fewer special needs students you have. This is what you need to turn those schools around. And I think as one of my colleagues said, with respect to interim health, as you know, Superintendent, the children that go to interim health have a variety of social, emotional, very complex issues, which I would say to you, Superintendent Dade, let's turn collectively our faces to Albany and say to the governor, literally substitute New York for Rochester. We are the epicenter. We are not just hiring special needs instructors and support staff because we want to, we're frivolous with the money. Again, Rochester ranks third in child poverty, and you saw Justin Murphy's report. All the surrounding districts are sending their special needs students, including charter schools, are sending them to Rochester. And those students, those needs. So I apologize, Commissioner LeBron. I did not, I was trying to get in earlier, but I couldn't. But thank you for allowing me to say that after you've closed the meeting. All right, so let's move on to considerations of and Superintendent Dade, did you want to respond to that?
No, I just want to double down on, you all are telling me everything that I stated at the beginning, that I truly wish that I could be in the fun position of adding to and not being a $60 million hole is just some tough decisions. So I completely agree with all sentiments. I really do. It's just, we're going to figure this out together.
Amen. Amen. Okay, I need a motion to discuss resolution 54 through 802. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I need a motion to discuss resolution 754. So granting of tenure. This could be discussed in executive session. Has everybody, I know Harry had sent his stuff to us in advance. Does anybody feel a need to go into executive session, which would be totally okay?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'll reserve that one. And by the way, colleagues, I'm getting my feet back on the ground here. If there are any of these resolutions which you feel need to go into executive session, again, it's not an issue. Just let me know, just like Commissioner LeBron did. So let's skip over 754 and let me request a motion to go to discuss resolution 755. Anybody need to go into executive session on resolution 755? Okay, can I get a motion to discuss resolution 755?
Motion to discuss 755.
Commissioner LeBron, is there a second?
Seconded.
I think that was Commissioner Malloy.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
sorry, I thought I had my mic off, or on, but I do want to discuss this in exec.
Okay, all right, then we'll withdraw that. Let me just write some notes here. All right, I need a motion to discuss, strike that. Does anybody feel a need to discuss resolution 766 in executive session? No? All right, then could someone give me a motion to discuss resolution 766 in open session?
Motion for 766.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Questions or comments regarding resolution 766? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of resolution 766, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We need to take a roll call. You guys are already on it. I see the green lights coming on. Let me put mine in there. I know our staff wants us to do a roll call vote as well. I see people have already voted, but let me just go through my screen. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah.
Commissioner Adams? I don't think you've unmuted your mic yet. I see you nodding yes, but all right, he's nodding yes. Vice President Elliott.
Yes.
Let's see, Commissioner Shepard.
Yes.
Commissioner Powell. I don't see you on the screen, but
Yes.
oh, there you are. All right, I think we've accounted for all of our board members. Madam Clerk, you recorded that vote. I'm going to clear the screen for our next vote. There we go. All right. And does anybody feel a need to go into executive session with respect to resolution 767? I don't see that being expressed by anybody. All right. So can someone give me a motion to move resolution 767 into conversation and discussion?
So moved.
That was Commissioner Powell. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 767? There being no further questions or
No,
comments.
I
I didn't see you raise your hand. I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you. Vice President Elliott? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to, and I'm not looking at it right now, but I thought when I read it that this is resignations with regard to retirements. Is that what this is? And I guess my question would be, given, what's this, March, why so many resignations based on retirements at this point, Harry?
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners and Vice President Elliott. The resolution 766 is related to retirements. And so therefore 767 is related to resignations.
Oh, okay.
And again, just one other comment on that. When Superintendent Dade shared about attrition, this is what he is really referring to. From both of these resolutions, you're talking roughly right about 50 employees who will be leaving us as a result of either retirement and resignation, and that is just in this month alone.
Is that as a result of what is it the result of? Is it solely just retirement that they've made the decision? The retirements won't take effect this month, will they?
No. So the retirements are going to take effect, and there's dates indicated on the resolution. Okay. However, it's a result of multiple things. Again, the climate right now is not the best for the city school district. Okay. And so many people are basically choosing to retire and or resign, and this is just the climate that we're going through right now.
So is it anticipated that there'll be more next month or in the succeeding months,
Yes,
Karen?
yes,
All right.
yes, it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions or comments regarding Resolution 767? There being no further questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 767 say aye. Now I'm gonna, you can register your vote on the screen with yes, but I'm gonna still do the roll call vote as that is what our clerk has asked me to do. Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Elliott,
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy,
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes.
and finally Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
And I am a yes. So let's clear, you got that, Madam Clerk? Okay, so we're going to clear that so that we can vote on the next resolution. All right, I need a motion, strike that. Is anybody feel a need to go into executive session regarding Resolution 768? I think Commissioner LeBron has signed off for a second. I don't know if she can hear me.
Make a motion, but I can hear you. It's just that it's almost bedtime for Sophia. So she keep popping in.
Any need to go into executive session regarding Resolution 768? Anybody? All right, then I need a motion to discuss Resolution 768 in public. I heard Commissioner LeBron, was that you?
Yes.
Yes, I need a second.
Seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. All those, any questions or comments regarding Resolution 768? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 768 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're gonna go ahead and press the
No.
green or red button. Let's do that now. And then again, per the instructions of our staff, I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott, Vice President Elliott, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy,
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard,
No.
and Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
You all have recorded your vote, it appears to me. And seems like the ayes have it. So I'm going to clear that. Is that okay, Madam Clerk? All right, I'm clearing those votes. All right. Anybody feel a need to go into executive session regarding Resolution 769? Doesn't appear that anybody has any questions.
Van.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just really trying to get some understanding on this. It says, I don't understand this. Is with all the benefit, is just, what is this? I mean, is it a suspension or something?
Superintendent Dade, is there someone you want to answer that question?
So,
Yes, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, are we referring to Resolution 769?
Yes.
Okay, yes, Commissioner. These are unpaid leaves, and they're unpaid for many different reasons. Some of the reasons can be relative to maternity, as well as military leaves. So these are unpaid leaves that employees have come to us with rationales as to why they like to take them.
Okay. Okay. That's good enough.
Yeah, and the key thing here, it's unpaid. We're not, there's no money being distributed as a result of this.
Okay. It just sounded, it seemed like it was a suspension or something, because with all the benefits,
yeah,
seemed like they could leave with pay.
No, these are not. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 769? All right, let's take a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 769, please press your buttons, green or red.
President White,
Yes, ma'am.
you need a
Yes.
motion and a second.
I'll
But we-
motion.
Oh, I thought we did, before
No.
Ricardo asked his question. After, okay, all right. Then I see seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Any further questions or comments regarding Resolution 769? There being no further questions or comments, all those in favor of resolution 769, please press, or in opposition to 769, please press your green or red button. And then I'm going to take a roll call vote. Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
Commissioner Adams,
Yeah.
Vice President Elliott,
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy,
Yes.
let's see, Commissioner Shepard,
Yes.
and finally Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
I'm going to clear that. Madam Clerk, you recorded that vote? Good. All right. Clear that. Need a motion. Does anybody feel a need to go into executive session regarding, I can't imagine we would, but 771? There being no request to go into executive session, I need a motion to discuss resolution 771 in public.
Motion.
Made by Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 771? There being no further questions or comments, all those in favor of resolution 771, say aye. I'm sorry, press your green or red button. I think everybody has, there we go. I think everybody has registered their vote. Just for clarity, 1, 2, 3, 6. Who is 1460?
Oh, Van, that's me. My iPad's dying, so I had to switch to my laptop.
Okay,
And I haven't been able to figure out how to replace that with my name.
Right click it.
Oh, somebody did it for me.
Here you go.
all
I
right.
didn't, that must have been Tom Mon that did that.
I'm probably okay, I'm going to clear those votes. Madam Clerk, you have them recorded. You know, part of the problem is sometimes this is a great program, but it's hard to keep track of people. I don't know. Oh, there you are, Manisol. We're good on that. I'm going to clear those votes. All right. Unless there's some objection from one of my colleagues, I'd like to take resolution 778 and 780 as a block. Is there any objection to doing that? All right. So now I need a motion to discuss resolution 778 through 780.
To discuss 778 to 780.
780.
Second,
Additional pay resolutions. Commissioner LeBron, did you make that motion? And I think I heard Commissioner Malloy second it. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 778 through 780?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Let's see. Let's just try this hand raising thing. Just I know I heard Commissioner LeBron say yes. All right. So let me start with you because you're first in the queue. Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, on page 12, I just need to understand why the resolution is dated for 2/25/20 because we've had board meetings before today for that date. Same thing with the 3/14/21, but I guess this one falls under this budget year. So just confused about the dates. And actually, there's a couple of them like that throughout the resolution. So I think if it's answered now, it could be answered for the rest of them as well.
Superintendent Date, is there someone you want to respond to that?
It's for the dates on the resolutions.
So Superintendent Day.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, so basically these are resolutions submitted by the school chiefs. So, and again, where you have the division chief, that would be the person, and I don't know if they're on or if they have access, but that really would be the person who could speak to each resolution relative to additional pay.
The certified budget line.
So Superintendent Day, this is Amy. I'm on, and I can speak to mine. The resolution 779, where it has the 3/14/20, that's the date in which we certified that budget line. So when we do that, we wanted to make sure that we put the date in of when we certify that budget line. So that's why 3/14/20 is the date on there, just to make sure that the board knew the exact date of when we certified that budget line.
Thank you, Amy, for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You all set, Commissioner LeBron? Next, we have Commissioner Adams.
So my concern is why we even have this resolution talking about the date to be worked is April 2nd. We have to be honest here, man. Ain't nobody, not my kids. Nobody's gonna be back. That's next week. They're not. So I don't know why this is even coming to us. It's not a whole lot of money, but it's still money, and I just don't think it should be even considered, because they got some dates to be worked here. April 2nd. Ain't nobody's kids gonna be in school April 2nd.
So Commissioner Adams, you bring up great points. And right now, unfortunately, we're operating under Governor Cuomo saying that we'll be back April 1st. So I absolutely know what you're saying. We just have to be prepared of if, then the resolutions can go forward so that we're not getting ourselves in trouble with commissioners saying, why are people working, and before we approve the resolution. So I can guarantee if we're not in session, none of this goes forward. The dates would get altered and the like. So this is when they were expected to start work. Governor Cuomo hasn't extended it beyond April 1st. So this is really just making sure that we're ready when and if we open back up. So I get what you're saying. If Governor Cuomo says tomorrow we're not coming back until after spring break, I promise you these dates will be adjusted.
You all set, Commissioner Adams?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shepard?
I'm going to be voting no today on these additional pay resolutions for the same reason that I've been voting no the last couple of months. The language in the resolution that the board authorizes the administration to revise the pay rate and spending in the event that a pay rate is superseded by change to the collective bargaining agreement or the pay rates. Only because I still don't know how that doubles back around should there be a change in pay, but we have voted to support the pay rate that is on the sheets right now. So I do want a question to be put in the question log of how many resolutions, and I guess it can be over, the last couple of months, maybe the past year will give us enough data of how many resolutions do we pass that have rates on them where the rates have been changed. I would like to know that information.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 778 through 780? Now, Madam Clerk, because you're the online expert for this, when a person's question has been answered, they've raised their hand, is the hand supposed to disappear? I noticed that the hands are still up for Commissioner LeBron, Adams, and Shepard. Is that normal? You gotta unmute your.
I think you have to clear them, Van.
You can clear them or you can clear them.
Oh, okay, all right, I was thinking that was just for the votes. Okay, all right. Any further questions or comments regarding resolution 778 through 780? There being no further questions or comments, all those in favor of resolution 778 through 780 say show your vote by pressing yes or no.
Van, while people are voting, I just want to point out Commissioner Powell said that she lost speaker function. So she's typing on the side, just to be mindful of that.
I see there, it says she's connecting. Looks like she lost her connection, so.
We're aware and we're taking care of it from this end. Thank you.
Yep. All right, so let's do our roll call vote. Commissioner LeBron?
Yes.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah.
Vice President Elliott?
No.
Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard?
No.
And Commissioner Powell, who just got reconnected. Commissioner Powell, we're taking a vote on 778 through 780. Can you hear me?
She doesn't have speaker ability. That's what she put in the chat. I know it was connecting the video, but she was saying she still has no audio.
All right, let's see.
That may have to do with her internet connection.
Can you possibly, it seems it will delay us a bit, but it'd be worth it to get her vote. Can you possibly chat to her? I'm pressing my chat button and it doesn't seem to do anything.
I'm chatting with her in the chat.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I'll gather her votes.
I don't know if she can cast her vote via the chat. Can you tell her what we're doing? We're taking a vote on 778 to 780. Thank you, Kalia. So if folks will just indulge in chat to Ms. Wade's request. And what's the current vote, Madam Clerk? You got to unmute your mic.
You are at 4 yeses and 2 noes.
Okay, so I don't have a response yet from Ms. Wade's request to Commissioner Powell. So the resolutions would pass with 4 votes. So why don't we move on in hopes that Commissioner Powell does eventually get reconnected. I need a motion to discuss resolution 781, which relates to tuition rates. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 781, which for our listening audience relates to RCSD non-resident tuition rates? We charge people who don't live in the district for going to our schools. Any questions or comments regarding that resolution? There being no questions or comments, all those in
I'm
favor?
sorry, Dan, yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead, Commissioner
I
LeBron.
just had a question about the language that the rate net of applicable state aid, is this stating that this is the rate we get per student for state aid? Is that what we're charging?
Mr. Franklin?
Can I verify which rate you're referring to?
781, there are a list of rates. And then there is a note that says this rate is the net of applicable state aid. So I want clarification if that means that this is the net state aid that we get per student under each of these categories.
Commissioner, this particular rate, and frankly, the only rate on this page, is actually calculated by New York's State Education Department. And this would be net of our district's state aid. So this is only the net amount we can charge the outside district.
Right, but is it only the net amount we can charge because this is what we get in state aid? I guess that's what I'm trying to get clarity on.
No, Commissioner, this would be applicable to a student in any of our schools. So it's not really related to what we receive per student.
Okay, so we don't receive this amount per student, but we're charging this amount because this is what the state gives us in terms of a framework to charge per student?
I believe it's very close, Commissioner, but it's not perfect, but this is a state calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Any other comments or questions regarding resolution 781? There being no further questions or comments, all those in favor of resolution 781 say aye. I'm sorry, indicate by pressing yes or no. Then we will take a roll call vote, and that will begin with Commissioner LeBron.
Yes.
Commissioner Adams.
Yes.
Vice President Elliott.
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy.
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard.
Yes.
And Commissioner Powell, are you with us? I see you, but I don't. You got to unmute your mic. Got it? There you go. I think that's a yes. All right. So, Madam Clerk, you recorded those votes, and I will clear them from the program. There we go. All right. Need a motion to discuss, unless there's any objection, I'd like to bulk resolutions 782 to 784. These are procurement and supply resolutions. Is there any objection to me handling them in that manner? There being no objection, I need a motion to advance discussion with respect to resolution 782 to 784. Is there a motion? Commissioner LeBron, and did I hear Vice President Elliott?
You did.
Nope. Yes, thank you, ma'am. It's been moved and seconded to discuss resolution 782 to 784. Are there any questions or comments regarding those three resolutions? I see Commissioner LeBron raising her hand digitally. Commissioner LeBron?
I'm sorry, I was talking and I was still muted. So on resolution 782, it says that this is an extension first year for 41,562, but the certified budget 487.51 in there. So I have concerns about that. On resolution 783, second paragraph, whereas the resolution adopted by the board on May 24th, the board authorized the rescission of an award from Lax Sporting Goods as an error was made in the analysis of the award. I would not feel comfortable on, I'm sorry. Somebody say something? Okay,
No.
I would not feel comfortable tonight voting on this particular resolution until I went back and saw what the error was in particularly. Yeah, I'm gonna stop on that one right now. So those two, 782, my question is why the first year's extension is for 41,562 and the certified budget line on 3520 was 20,487.51 cents.
Commissioner, just to clarify on that certified budget line, this particular contract crosses the school year. This is the remaining budget line for this school year. Come July 1st, the line will be refunded with the next appropriation as budgeted.
So it's budgeted between two budget years?
Yes, Commissioner, it is.
For the second one, which is 783, I need to understand what the error was, in particularly to that. And then I do have some questions around the language ending the resolution that says resolved that the superintendent or designee be and hereby is authorized to exercise the option to extend the contracts for a term of 1 year, the second year of the 4-year contract extension through March 31st, 2021. All of the conditions of the contract remain in full force and in effect. But I do need to understand what the original, I see that the resolution is quoted here. I guess for me, I would like to understand how this, I need to understand. There's a couple of resolutions quoted in this resolution.
Yes, Commissioner, we will have to follow up with you regarding the nature of that error on the original analysis.
Okay, so can I ask for 783 Van to be lifted and tabled perhaps for even Tuesday if possible?
Superintendent Dade, is there any problem with doing it, handling that manner?
No.
Okay. All right, so there is a motion to table resolution 783. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And seconded by Vice President Elliott. Motion to table goes directly to a vote. All those in favor of tabling resolution 783 until Tuesday. What's the date on that, Madam Clerk?
31st.
31st. Thank you, Mr. Adams. There is a motion to table resolution 783 to March 31st. That's the date certain. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
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 Aye. I'm sorry, we have to enter our votes digitally. Looks like everybody has voted. Madam Clerk, you recorded that vote? Yes, okay, so we're returning to the discussion of resolution 782 and 784, 783 having been tabled. Let's just continue our conversation regarding those. Any other questions or conversations or concerns regarding resolution 782 and 784? There being no further questions or comments.
Van, I'm sorry, I raised my hand. You didn't see it. I raised my hand.
Yeah. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to correct myself because I made an error and I thanked last week, I thanked Tim and Paul, and it's actually Tim and Brian from the finance and accounting team. It was in particularly to this format And at the time when I was speaking, we did not have the resolutions to show, but Resolution 784 and those tablets right there, those tables, they created that so that it's easier for the board to read from left to right. And folks may not recall, but it used to just be a paragraph with a bunch of semicolons all lumped together, and it was very hard to follow. So I just want to thank and correctly thank Tim and Brian for correcting that and creating this chart. And I know it's something small, but it's a big impact for me because these come up frequently. So again, thank you to them.
Yeah, you know, if anybody's been on this board for a while realizes that sometimes the things that people think are small are actually very big. And we want you all to know in administration, we do appreciate you paying attention to the small details because it does make our job a little bit easier. 782 to 784. I don't think we took, did we take a vote, Madam Clerk? No. Okay, so everybody wishing to register their vote on resolution 782 to 784, please do so now by clicking the
I'm
red.
sorry, Van, I think Commissioner Adams has his hand up.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Commissioner Adams,
yes, I do. I really was concerned with you, Van. Are you okay? 'Cause-
Yeah, I appreciate you recognizing there's something that's really bothering my eye, my right eye. So I'm trying to get it addressed, but thanks. Yeah, that was something's going on with this eye. So thank you, Commissioner Adams. I appreciate that. Yeah, that hand sign is for recognizing somebody's got an issue. I appreciate that. I wish they had an SOS sign. So thank you. Let's take a vote. Please register your vote with respect to resolution 782 and 784. I'm gonna do that now for me. And then as you do that, let's take a roll call vote. Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
Vice President Elliott. Vice President Elliott. We're voting on resolution 782.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
No worries, no worries. Commissioner Malloy,
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes.
and Commissioner Powell is,
Yes.
oh, there you are. Okay. Madam Clerk, you recorded that vote? And I am going to clear that screen. All right, next, resolution 785 to 788. I'd like to, unless there's some objection, take those resolutions in collectively, 785 to 788. Is there any objection to doing that? There being no objection, can I get a motion to discuss resolution 785 to 788?
Motion.
And moved by Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second? Seconded by
Second.
Malloy. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 785 to 788? Looking at this Brady Bunch screen, I don't see any questions, no hands being raised. So we'll go ahead and take that vote. All those in favor of resolution 785 to 788, say aye, or click yes or no. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to take our roll call vote. Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
Vice President Elliott,
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy,
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard.
No to 787 and 788.
And then finally, Commissioner Powell. It was there a second ago. Let's see if she registered her vote.
Yes.
Yes, there she goes. All right. Madam Clerk, you recorded those votes, and if you have, I'm going to go ahead and clear that screen. All right, we're getting close, folks. Unless there's some objection, I'd like to take resolution 798 to 802 in bulk. Any objection to doing that? All right, there being no objection, can I get a motion to discuss resolution 798 to 802?
Motion.
Been moved by Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
I concur with Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Malloy and Commissioner Powell. I'm going with Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 798 through 802?
Yes.
Yeah, I see a number of hands raised. I'm going to begin with Commissioner LeBron. It seems like she's first in the queue.
Just for no, 798, I feel like this resolution in particular had came up before. And I can't recall the date, but I do see that it was certified 12/19/19. I'm not going to be supporting this one today. It's coming from general funds. It's 13,775 for general fund. And I definitely want to support sports, all sports, but this was an extension because I guess the original contract is exceeding $35,000. So now the remaining balance potentially has to come through a resolution, but I'm not going to support this one in particular. I would support 799. I'm just going to go through the packet there. I need to understand resolution 800 and how that's going to continue based on the cuts to the chiefs, and particularly the chief that was in charge of this program, and who's going to be overseeing it and ensuring that as someone of diversity. That's one of my biggest concerns right now. And 801, I just felt like we just voted for this one, but I could be wrong on that one. I wasn't about our insurer and why that one's coming up again.
Superintendent Dade, do you wish to respond to that?
They're trying to toggle between the questions and the actual resolution. So give me a minute.
Sure.
So 798, no comment there. Commissioner LeBron brought up history, but we deem it important for our athletics and our scholar athletes to participate in a golf league. What's the next one? 800, the principal partnership, Commissioner LeBron?
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So those questions still remain to be answered with regards to leadership for this partnership. At the same time, we're committed to another year with Bank Street, so it's important that we move forward while we continue to determine what the support for the program will look like for next year.
Okay, so I just want to add to that, Superintendent, that I won't be supporting that one tonight. I just can't support it based on and not understanding what the leadership is going to look like, and ensuring that the quality of the program is still going to be there. And I do believe strongly that leadership matters in those things. So I won't be supporting that one tonight for that one. Now on 801, the Brown and Brown of New York, for the insurance piece of it, portfolio, I thought we already voted on a resolution around this. I could be wrong because I did have a meeting with Bob before this meeting to discuss some of these resolutions, but I thought this was already discussed. So is this an increase or an extension?
Mr. Kristoff?
Thank you, Superintendent. This is actually a different coverage. It's the same broker, but it's a different coverage.
Okay, so it's an increase to one we already voted, but they're going to be providing a different service?
That's correct.
Okay.
We're appointing this broker to cover this particular coverage.
Okay, thank you. I was just with the clarity on the Brown and Brown.
Next in the queue is Commissioner Shepard.
For resolution, sorry, something just popped up on my screen. For resolution 798, I wanted to know, why is the range of the student scholars so large from 40 to 80?
I don't know if Dr. Cotto is on the call. So we may need to get you that information of why the range. He's not on the call, so I'll have to get you that information.
Okay. Then I would like to ask to table it until I get the answer to the question.
It's good with me.
Which resolution was that, Commissioner Shepard?
798.
Superintendent Dade, can you get an answer by next Tuesday, which is the 31st, I think Commissioner Adams told me?
Absolutely.
All right, so 798, is that right?
Yes.
I assume that's a motion, Commissioner Shepard, to table resolution 798 for a date certain, which would be March 31st, 2020.
Yes.
That is her motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. It goes straight to a vote. All those wishing to register their vote on Commissioner Shepard's motion to table resolution 798 for a date certain, please indicate your vote by checking green or red. And now we're going to take a roll call vote. Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, I'll table it, but I'm going to vote on no.
Okay. Commissioner Adams?
Yeah.
Vice President Elliott?
I did have a question on that. So does that mean I can't ask my question? I have to wait until it's brought back up?
Yep, it goes straight to a vote.
Well, just keep in mind white people. I'm gonna ask about if this is all white kids, because I got bamboozled on the hockey thing before. Because I understand most of those are white females that was on that, but so I just wanted it on the record so I can bring it back up in case I forgot about it.
Yeah, the table until the 31st, you'll have an opportunity to fully debate and make comment on that.
Some of those premium white students. But I'll talk about that Tuesday.
All right, and I see you've registered your vote as a yes. So,
yes.
Is that right? To table.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy,
No.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes.
and Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
So that appears that the ayes have it. Resolution 798 will be tabled until March 31st, at which time we'll have full debate and conversation on that resolution. So we have yet to decide the fate of resolution 799 and 802. Any further comments or conversations regarding those resolutions?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Camp Good Days for providing this for about 50 students. It looks like they'll be covering the cost for students in the summertime.
Thank you, Commissioner Shepard, for pointing that out. Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 799 through 802?
Yes.
Yes, Vice President Elliott.
I just want to make sure that the calendar does not start us before Labor Day. And I think I saw that, but we got bamboozled under Jean-Claude Brizard starting school before Labor Day. I just want to make sure in the calendar that there is no kind of hiccups with regard to starting school, before a holiday. I don't want any of that kind of stuff to happen. I want the calendar to be as seamless for our families as we can possibly make it. When we had Jean-Claude, I don't know why in the world that he started school and I didn't pick up on it before Labor Day. And I just want to make sure that this calendar doesn't have any hiccups where it's going to inconvenience our families. So whoever can respond to that, please, is there any hiccups or any dates within that calendar that we should be concerned about that may in some way inconvenience our parents?
No, there's not.
Okay.
All right, any further, actually, Madam Clerk, were we in the midst of taking that vote or? Yeah, so Commissioner I cleared it already. Did you record the vote, Madam Clerk?
Van, I'm sorry, can I ask that the resolutions be separated because I know we tabled 798. I will support 799. I'm not supporting 800. I will support 801 and 802. So, or can I do a motion to separate or ask you to separate 800?
Well, it's interesting. With this program, you're registering your vote yes or no to 798, 799 through 802. But because it doesn't give you a choice of separating it. But what we can do, and unless our clerk tells me different, when you do the roll call vote, you
Okay,
can
yeah.
indicate what your opposition is. So we can't record it on these this yes or no because they only take it because I'm taking it as a bulk. But you can record it, Madam Clerk. Are you okay with doing it that way? So what you might, I don't know how you probably wouldn't even bother to press red or green. Just when I do the roll call vote, just tell us how your vote broke down, okay? So
That
let's,
is correct. I need to hear directly from the commissioner
Yep.
which one they are not supporting.
yeah, so
Mhm.
for future purposes, if anybody is in that situation, so long as our clerk doesn't have a problem with it, don't press red or green. Just articulate what your vote is during the roll call portion of the vote. Does that make sense, Madam Clerk? Okay. So again, we're considering resolutions 799 to 802. Is there any further questions or comments regarding those resolutions? All right, so indicate your vote by pressing, if you can, and if it's appropriate, by pressing the red or green button.
I'm sorry, President White, for this one, you're not going to need the votes if we're going to individualize them when the commissioners tell you through roll call which ones they're not supporting. So the yes or no is not going to help me.
So this, oh, okay. So just for clarification purposes, in the future, if we find ourselves in a situation where commissioners selectively saying, I can do this, or I will vote no to this and yes to this, you want to just take a straight roll call vote? Is that how you want to handle? Okay. So be mindful of that, colleagues. If you find yourself in a situation that Commissioner LeBron finds herself in advance of me calling for the vote, just let me know and we'll do what our clerk tells us to do and we'll just take the roll call vote. So let's do that for resolution 799 to 802. Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, so let me read each one. So yes for 799, a no for 800, a yes for 801, and a yes for 802.
Ditto.
Okay. Got that, Madam Clerk? Vice President Elliott? You got to unmute your mic.
No to 799.
Commissioner Malloy?
Yes to all of them, please.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yes to all.
And Commissioner Powell?
Yes to all.
And I'm, Madam Clerk, a yes to all. All right, that completes that portion of our agenda where we consider the resolutions that are before the Board of Education. Next item on our agenda is unfinished business, for which we have none. There is no new business. And then we, of course, have to go into executive session to discuss a number of resolutions and to discuss a personnel matter. Let me just say very briefly, I appreciate the patience that everyone has shown, especially our viewers, as we use this new technology and it becomes a new normal. And to my colleagues, thank you for your patience as I try to manage us through this new process. I now need a motion to go.
Van, before we go into executive session, I had sent an email asking that we consider an item under new business, that consider making a statement in response to the governor's remarks about budget and funding for schools. I don't suppose anyone saw that email. And if it's too late to add it to the agenda tonight, could we put it on Tuesday's agenda?
I think that might make most sense because I don't know about my colleagues, but I didn't have a chance to see it. Today was kind of a crazy day from my end, and I imagine that everybody was trying to get ready for this meeting. There was a lot going on. How do our colleagues feel? I think Tuesday is probably the first opportunity that I know I would have to address it. Anybody else have any feelings about when we should address this? Certainly she has a right to present the letter. The question is, when will we consider as a board?
And I appreciate that we didn't have a lot of time to respond. It was my reaction to Marisol's email about the governor's comment, and that came through at 3:35 today. So, the whole thing has been really on a short timeline.
I see Commissioner Malloy raising her hand.
I just have on just a different topic, though, to what Commissioner Powell is talking about.
Well, let me, I see Commissioner LeBron has raised her hand. Do you want to address Commissioner Powell's letter? Why don't we do that first, Commissioner Malloy, if that's okay? Commissioner LeBron. You got to unmute your mic.
Sorry, I keep forgetting that piece. So I watch the governor's lives every day, and I did see the email. I saw that Marisol sent it, but we also got it from the New York School Board Association, like Watch or whatever. And I think that it's one, we're not going to be the only governmental entity. Like, the remarks really are for everyone, and I know that Monroe County is concerned. Other counties are going to be stressed. I don't even know how it's going to even be legal to do it that way, but I think we're in unprecedented times all across. So I would be curious to see, Commissioner Powell, what the letter would entail. I don't know if you're going to draft it and send it out to folks, but I am hesitant and cautious to sign on to any letter right now asking for money when we are struggling to buy ventilators for an ever increasing population. So that's where I stand on all requests for money, and still very curious to see how we can draft our budget to still serve our students' needs and cut where we need to make cuts at.
Mr. Malloy.
So the question that I had was actually a parent reached out, and they were just concerned about, parents of current seniors were a bit concerned about district communication. So I don't know what communication has gone out from the district to our parents and our students who are seniors. And I'm wondering if anyone can speak to that. They just want to know what's happening moving forward. I know we all do, and everything's up in the air with the crisis, but can anyone speak to what we're doing to maybe assuage some of those fears that so many of our students and parents have who are waiting for their graduates who've worked so hard up until this point?
Yeah, so we're waiting to make a determination as to where is this going to be a shorter term closure or a longer term change dramatically depending on that information. We're also trying to stay aligned with the other counties in the other school districts in Monroe County with regards to grading policies. What does third quarter look like? What does fourth quarter look like? And then what do we put in place for our seniors and beyond? So ongoing conversations. We're still looking for guidance from the state as well, because we want to make sure that we're meeting every single metric so that our kids are not being disadvantaged because of COVID. So stay tuned. We don't want to put out false information. So we're really making for that accurate information right now. NYSA doesn't want to come out with anything because the governor has said right now, April 1st. So I think once we get news of where we are, we'll be communicate that out to our parents and community.
Okay, is there any way that some type of communication that could go out to the parents, particularly of our seniors, just to reiterate that by chance?
Yes, as soon as we can, we will.
Okay, I want to get back to Commissioner Powell's request. It seems that
Van, I've just noticed that the email that I sent did not go to the full board. So clearly it's not something we can discuss today. I'll simply ask that we affix it to Tuesday's agenda.
Madam Clerk, could you make sure that that copy gets, if you haven't done it, Commissioner Powell, gets distributed to all my colleagues, and make sure that it gets on the agenda for Tuesday as part of new business?
I will.
Thank you very much. All right, now I need a motion, unless there's any further additional new business, I need a motion to go into executive session to discuss the terms and conditions of a particular employee. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. And is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. All those in favor of going to executive session to conduct this business, say aye.
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 Actually, why don't we press our little green or red button? I'm assuming that's going to be unanimous. It appears that it is. Let's see,
Mr. President?
Yes, who is that? Oh, yes.
Carl, are you also going to be talking about the resolutions that were requested to be discussed in executive session? And if so, it ought to be rolled into the motion.
Well, I assume that those motions, 754, those resolutions 754 and 755 are about employees. So I was assumed the language that I used in the motion would have covered that. Is that?
I thought I must have missed I thought there was another substantive motion that was involved.
No. I'm thinking all the issues that I'm thinking about that we have to discuss in the executive session, which includes 754 and 755. There's another employee-related matter that we have to discuss. So I assume that we could include that all into that one.
Yes, that'd be fine.
All those, we voted, and it seems like that motion to go into executive session has passed, so I'm going to clear that. And for those of you who are watching via Facebook, YouTube, and the district's website, we will reconvene in open session after we discuss these personnel matters, which are required by state law. We can't discuss personnel matters in open session. We'll come back out of executive session. If there's any additional business to be handled in public, you can see it at that time on this very same site platform. All right, technically, Tom, do you need a minute or two to shift things over? You there, Tom? Yeah. 10 seconds, okay. I'll tell you what, why don't we take a 2-minute bathroom break and we can come back in 2 minutes. It's not gonna be long, folks. Thanks. Marisol, what do you mean when you say the people can't see that?
You're
They-
all set, President White.
So when you say people can't see that, you're talking about the citizens watching it?
Yes,
Right.
we are live, sir.
Oh, no, that's okay. I don't mind people knowing.
Yeah.
we're-
If people can't see the voting with the raising hands, the yes and no votes, Marisol.
Correct. People cannot see that.
They can't even see the raising of the hands? No, they wouldn't need to see that.
No.
They can see the raising of the hands on the screen if the Brady Bunch shot is on. Otherwise, they cannot see that. And so we have to make sure that any of your votes are recorded on the record and that anyone watching it is able to see and hear how you are voting.
All right, well, we'll continue to work out the kinks. So we're back in open session. I need a motion to discuss resolution 754.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Powell. Any further questions or comments regarding resolution 754?
I did have a question about 754. What happens if these are these are tenured resolutions, but what's the process by determining if in fact they're qualified for the position? And I didn't get a chance I didn't bring this in executive session, so I won't bring up any names, but is there a way in which if they're not qualified, that automatically deems a rescinding of that tenure, or once they get the tenure, it's a done deal?
Mr. Christoph?
It would not be a done deal. The resolution is a conditional grant. The condition being that they end up being qualified by reason of having the correct APPR score. So if they did not, then the matter would come back to the board, and the board would then decide, do you want to give them an extension and a JUUL agreement, or do you simply want to stop the probation? Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions regarding resolution 754? There being no-
Yes, I just had a quick question on if we're if I only want to support the ones up until April 8th. I'm not comfortable supporting the June and September ones in March. So could I just vote for the ones that state those dates? Carl, I don't know, Harry, I don't know how it works. I don't want to strike down the whole.
You can shouldn't parse it down. I think it would be preferable than striking down the whole slate. Sure, not too much differently than you do when you bundle a series of resolutions and you say, I vote yes for X, Y, and Z and no for the balance. And, that way you don't even have to name the names of the individuals you're voting against if you don't want to.
Okay.
But wouldn't there have to be a motion on the floor to separate this current resolution to reflect the ones that Commissioner LeBron is willing to vote for?
It'd be a nice way to do it, but so long as you could keep the record straight, I don't think it makes a difference really. Under the informal portion of Roberts, I think we could do that nicely. The important thing, Marisol, is that you are comfortable that you can keep track of the yes and no votes. If you're comfortable with that, then that procedure is fine.
What we've done in the past is, for instance, if Beatrice identify the effective dates of April up to April, what did you say, 1st or 15th, as the resolution A and the remainder resolution B. If Beatrice wants to make a motion to divide the resolution in that fashion, I'm sure she'd have support for that.
I think what Carl was saying. Yeah, I think what Carl was saying too, I can just say that I'm gonna support all of the ones with the dates and clarify the dates. I'm okay, like I said, up until May. And I will support the ones in September, even in July and August for September, granted that those evaluations are there and the necessary documentation for them. But I think Carl was saying, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Powell, that I can't separate them as two and then say, I'm gonna ask that the resolution be split 754A with up until these dates and maybe 754B with all the September ones. That's one way. And Carl is saying, I don't technically have to do it that way either. I don't know. I'm okay either way doing it.
I know Commissioner Shepherd has her hand up, but Clerk Matasoh, what would you suggest? What would be most convenient for you for recording the vote?
For recording the vote, I would prefer to have it split based on the dates that are being supported. You can split it into two different resolutions and all members can vote on each one.
So what we could do, I don't even know if we need to, well, I guess we could amend this particular resolution. Before we do that, Commissioner Shepherd, was there something you wanted to add to this present conversation about amending the resolution?
Yes, I would like the record to reflect that the reason why I'm voting no to this resolution, or if we break them up into two resolutions, is because I am not comfortable with voting for 10 years this far in advance of when their actual 10-year date is going to be. And I also haven't seen the value for those in April either. So that's the only reason why I'm voting no. It's nothing individuals.
Okay, so there.
Van, can I just add?
Yeah.
Van, can I also add, I'm sorry, can I also just add, there is a teacher in September that I have a lot of respect for, and I just want folks to be also clear that I'm just not comfortable voting at this time for the September ones. But I will vote for the other dates, you know, sooner, granted that the paperwork is in place and in order, and trust that Harry Kennedy will get that, but I just am not comfortable all the way in September and March.
So Commissioner LeBron, can you fashion a motion to amend that reflects your voting on this?
Yes, so I'm gonna put a motion forward for to 754A with effective dates starting April, let me see, the soonest date is April 3rd. And for me, I'm comfortable up until May 1st. So a resolution for all the dates from April to May 1st for 754A, and then a motion, well, to then split 754B to reflect June 5th until September. I have to look for the latest date for September. I think they're all September 5th. Right? Is that the motion?
Yeah, it's your motion. That sounds right to me.
754 until May 1st and 754B from June 5th until September 5th.
Okay, I assume, Commissioner Powell, you're going to second that motion? Is that right? All those in favor of the resolution as described by Commissioner LeBron, separating resolution 754 into 754A and 754B, say aye. We're not going to use the red and green marks. We are going to do a roll call vote. Commissioner Adams?
So this is just to separate them. This vote is just to separate them, right?
That's right.
Separate them.
Commissioner LeBron to vote appropriately for each of them. Okay.
All right.
You okay with that motion to amend?
Yes.
That's a yes there. I'm a yes. Vice President Elliott? You're muted.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
Commissioner Shepherd?
Yes.
And Commissioner Powell?
Yes.
Ayes have it. Now, let's vote. I need a motion to advance for discussion resolution 754A. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Commissioner Powell, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 754A? Doesn't look like it. So all those in favor of resolution 754A say aye. Aye. Any opposition?
No.
No.
I heard 2 noes. Madam Clerk, did you record that as Vice President Elliott and Commissioner Shepherd voting no? The ayes have it, so that resolution passes. I next need a motion to advance for discussion Resolution 754B. Is there a
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 754B?
Other than I would be supporting this, especially, so it's nothing personal to the individuals who are in this group, if it was presented at a date closer to the actual date.
Any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 754B?
Yes.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Adams.
So I'm supporting it because legal told me that it doesn't have to go through. Legal told me that if somebody does something wrong or gets a bad eval, it will not go through. So I'm supporting it for that reason.
And I see General Counsel Christoph and Steve Carling nodding their head in the affirmative, that that's in fact the advice they had given. So any further questions or comments regarding Resolution 754B? There being no further questions or comments, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Vice President Elliott?
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard?
No.
Commissioner LeBron?
No.
And finally, Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
All right, seems that the ayes have it. And finally, I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Wait,
Motion.
Oh, wait, did you say something, Commissioner Powell?
didn't we have one more resolution besides
Yes.
the,
Oh,
7:55.
we do?
oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, thank
So
you very
motion
much.
for 755. I'll motion it.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
Oh, you guys are going way too fast for me. Commissioner LeBron made the motion. I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Powell, for pointing that out. Commissioner LeBron has made the motion to discuss 755. I heard a second from somebody.
Ricardo, Mr. Adams.
So, Mr. Adams seconded it. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 755? Doesn't look like it. All those in favor of passing Resolution 755, say yes when I call the roll. Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Vice President Elliott?
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
Commissioner Shepard?
No.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yes.
And finally, Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
All right, so the ayes have that. Will you move to adjourn?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah.
Vice President Elliott, second that. All those in favor, we're not going to do a roll call vote. Just say aye.
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 Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night, all.